about that. Hopefully we are up and running here. As soon as you guys tune in, just give me the thumbs up, and we'll just have to settle for what it is today. $480p max. Wow. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we'll have to settle for that. Maybe I'll end this broadcast around that 11 o'clock time frame. Try to figure out what's going on for power hour. Slight improvement, but anyways. The technical difficulties. Alright, so let's jump right into some charts here. We're just going to quickly scan through the markets as a whole. I'm going to bring you to my main screen here. We're looking at the SPY 15-minute chart, so it is readable. Thanks, Edward. Thank you. Alright, so SPY trading at around 600.18 on the charts. So we have a little bit of support in around this region, as seen by these previous little pivot lows. But I do think that SPY can potentially test in the pre-market. You're forming a bit of a bear flag here. Now, the only thing about shorting this market off of a gap down, just like kind of going long yesterday off of a gap up, it's risky. We're still in a very strong uptrend. Markets are still putting in higher highs. We obviously shorted that liquidity sweep high. So what I'm looking for is pretty much the reverse tactic of what we did yesterday. So we waited for a liquidity sweep of the highs yesterday intra-market. So if we lower that time frame in, we said, okay, wait for this high pivot liquidity sweep, then we'll start layering into shorts, and we caught well over 100%. And we actually did a couple 100% trades. So that was very, very nice in terms of the way that the market set up for us. So very similarly, I want to see a liquidity sweep of this low intraday before I would even consider going long. Alright, so I want to see that low pivot from yesterday get swept. That's one of the main. It's a powerful trading tactic, sweeping high pivots and low pivots of liquidity. It's a very strong tactic, especially if you can combine some other technical factors that come into play. So again, we want to sweep that low pivot liquidity, and let's just go to the 15-minute chart of SPY again, just to see where we're trading at. So ultimately, if we were to come into this what is that on the fib level? 598 and change, 598.18, that would be a beautiful test of this upsloping trend line. Massive pivot low to pivot low to pivot low. You got 3 pivot low points riding on that trend line. You would sweep this low pivot liquidity. You would come right into a Fibonacci level. That would be, I think, the first level to pretty much test the bulls in this market. So again, it's an aggressive long, but I think that we can potentially take a stab on the long side. Around 598.15 on SPY. That would be a quick day trade long scalp play. And then realistically, if you break that, guys, you're likely going to pretty much head for the gap fill. There's going to be some other support, you know, at this previous high around 595, but we really don't want to start getting into that sort of a picture. And then obviously, let's erase that. One pattern that we need to be mindful, I'm just going to clean up a lot of this old trend lines. One thing we need to be mindful of on SPY right now is, let's actually hide that. There's a potential for another head and shoulders here, alright? So what type of a pattern are we going to form? We got a little micro right shoulder forming on SPY. You do have a neckline zone. There's two ways you can draw this. If you want to be an aggressive head and shoulders bearish trader, you draw it from that farther high pivot or that farther low pivot. If you're a little bit more conservative, then you draw it from this pivot zone here. So let's just use the more conservative approach. If this pattern were to trigger to the downside, and this is looking like a 15-minute chart pattern, so you want to give 15-minute candles the time to develop, in my opinion. So the 15-minute chart pattern would suggest a downward move into 593.78. That would kind of be your max pain move for the session. Max pain, in my opinion. So we'll keep that on watch, that little zone. And that would simultaneously almost fill the gap. So you likely with some overshoot, you fill the gap. So I still think 598.15 is an aggressive long that we can potentially trade. It would pierce that neckline. It would cause a lot of people to short right into the zone. Then market makers give the ability to wick it back up, kind of burning some of that fade off and scaring people as if, oh no, it's going back up. So that's kind of where I'm looking for on SPY, okay? Let's see some of these key moving averages. So again, on SPY 15-minute chart, you got the bearish cross well up over here. Let's look at the hourly chart. Hourly chart is trying to form that bit of a bearish cross. And we could enter something like this little vicinity again, where you got the bearish cross, a lot of traders piled in on the short side, and then the next day, boom, a big gap up. So despite we're getting some weakness in the, say, the 15-minute and hourly chart patterns, smaller time frames, 4-hour chart still exceptionally bullish. Daily chart still exceptionally bullish. And look at this daily chart, right? The level that we just suggested to go long on SPY is right at that daily 7 moving average. So that's a pierce of that daily moving average. I like that a lot. I like that very much so. So we'll keep that obviously on watch. Yeah, I actually like that level a lot now. Now that I see that extra factor there, that looks very, very good in terms of a long, in my opinion. Music a little louder than my voice. Thank you guys. Jeez, we're just having a lot of streaming issues today. All right, I'll turn that music down. Thank you, Surfers. So again, 598.15 on SPY. I really, really like that. We just went over why. All right, so let's look at a few other things here. We're gonna flip to some of these daily charts. We've just outlined SPY where we can take a stab on the long side. NVDA, so our 142 puts for June 20th are now in the money. Basically, NVIDIA's back testing its 7-day, it looking like it's probably gonna break it to the downside. Where did NVIDIA go? I think NVIDIA is going to test its prior day low around 141.53. There will be some support there on NVDA. So I'm probably looking, I mean, look at NVIDIA's low in the pre-market, 140.46, and an extraordinary bounce higher. So 140.46, wow, that's already a huge bounce on NVIDIA. You can just see the buy the dip coming in. So I think that we can trim some of these puts, but I'm hoping for that continuation flush that'll get our contracts up a little bit more. But I am looking to trim those NVIDIA 142 June puts. This was just a small hedge that we took a couple days ago in the event that the markets were seeing some downward pressure. Obviously, I was outlining that stocks are into some good resistance. We also picked up some hedges on SOXS, which were up about, my entry was 959. So obviously NVIDIA and semis are still seeing buy the dip strength, but I do think that we can get a little bit more downside on NVIDIA today, back down to that potential pre-market low, but there is a lot of strength back at that prior day low. So prior day low sitting at 141.53. We're currently about 30 cents off of that level. Hopefully the sound is a bit better now, Sarfaraz. Perfect. I appreciate the patience today, guys. All right, what else we got on the scanner today? So Boeing, again, we discussed Boeing. That one's obviously gapping down on the back of a fatal crash. You can already see it's getting an extraordinary bounce back to the high side. If we look at the IWM is gapping down as well, leading the charge pretty much to the downside, so to speak. We can take a peek at Okta, absolutely. Just want to check my list here. So yeah, the IWM is the weakest index, down by 0.72%. The first real long level on IWM is backtesting that 7-day. I would let it pierce that 7-day moving average, and then I do think that there's a bit of a long trade there. So we'll keep that on watch. That's a nice little daily chart level. It's really your first pullback in the grand scheme of things. So IWM appears of that daily 7 moving average around 211.37, give or take. Let's look at OKTA for Sarfaraz. Yeah, OKTA is coming into a bit of a long level here. Definitely is. It definitely is coming into a bit of a long level. So I'm just trying to isolate down a target here. Again, a very similar trade setup on OKTA. This is going to probably flush with the market. I would want to see OKTA sweep this low pivot. So 99.72 sweep of OKTA, and then we have a nice little long entry, okay? So that would be a good little liquidity sweep of OKTA. That would form a little bit of your first positive divergence on the hourly chart, decent sized time frame. So OKTA, I'm looking at about just a little bit lower. Sweep of that low, call it 99.50, give or take. Whether or not it gets down there, we will certainly find out and see. Identify. So definitely warn me, Sarfraz, if we get below that, definitely let me know. Definitely let me know. All right, I'm just scrolling through my pre-market list here. Obviously, GameStop is one that GME is gapping down today. Look at where GME is. Wow. Shattering that pre-market low of 25. This thing is just going to get annihilated. Investors really don't like those debt offerings as seen by the price action today. Going to be an insane amount of volume today. There likely is a day trade opportunity. So GME is still weak, but coming into some support here, guys. So there's an aggressive trade here right off of this daily chart trend line. It's in a very aggressive trade. Let me see this other trend line here. But GME really coming in full force. Wow. I don't even know what that's down, but it's down sharply. So I would wait for the dust to settle on GME. You could get a bounce off of that trend line, but it's very risky going into this name off of that zone. Other than that upsloping trend line, you do have a nice little impulse green candle breakout bar. You have a little pivot high zone here. Yeah, Billy, exactly. Don't touch GME. That one's getting sold into. What are we even down right now? Yeah, down 16%. So DNA, GE getting some volume as well today. That's also down, gapping down yet again. Nothing I see there. DNA, that's holding its gap up, but sorry, that's gapping down slightly. Oklo, we took the $60 puts yesterday. So that one is cooperating, that's for sure. Oklo is cooperating nicely. So we'll let that one run a little bit lower. Lululemon is another one that's just getting absolutely clobbered, slicing through that gap fill. I'm still riding the 252.50 puts as a bit of a swing day trade. I think this is a name that can catch a bid off of the open. Still very, very oversold. So Microsoft still strong today. Apple catching a bid. NVIDIA, Tesla, Amazon, Meta, Google, AMD, SMCI are all weak. Bitcoin also under pressure, down by about 1.48%. That's disappointing for Bitcoin. Looking like it's back testing and slicing through the 7 and 20. Realistically, if Bitcoin loses this impulse green candle to the upside, I'd have to stop out of the MSTR long trade. I still think that there's a great shot of Bitcoin pushing and sweeping the highs yet again, but it's just backing and filling, seeing some consolidation off of market weakness. Interesting to see that the markets are still so weak with the Dixie. This is why I think there's a bit of a buy the dip potential for the market to rally off of a nice key support level. I'm hoping that we make a little bit of a lower low on SPY, but I do think that the markets can potentially still rally. All right, let's scroll through a couple other things. Yeah, we kind of just have to hold through Oracle now. That name is just blasted into space. There's a day trade short up in this vicinity. There is a day trade short in this vicinity. I'll see how it opens. It's going to be opening up exceptionally overbought. So we'll wait for some sort of a negative divergence to occur. But Oracle's already overbought going into this. Now you're getting another spike higher. That weekly chart really wasn't overbought, but you're going to have some crazy intraday overbought price action on the hourly, 4-hour, and daily chart. So Oracle's on watch for a short. I want to see it hit that pre-market high or kind of sweep this high pivot here. So I'd really only get interested in Oracle if we swept this high pivot around 192 Pierce. So it's currently below that level. So we'll continue to watch that name. What else do we have? Cloudflare NET. Obviously that was gapping down under some pressure today with its debt offering. Microsoft yet again into another little short zone. It's popping on the back of cloud. So yet again another bearish divergence forming on Microsoft. I hold common shares short at 473.91. Again, there's more put plays that could be taken on this name. Still into a huge wall of resistance, but making another new all-time high in the pre-market, all right? Let's look at Tesla. Tesla obviously gapping down yet again below yesterday's wick low. This looks like it wants to retest that 7-day moving average at a minimum, which is around 316.60. Could be a bit of a short trade setup. OKTA, JP, yeah, we touch base on Okta. This one, let it sweep the lows on Okta. Let it sweep the lows. So this little low pivot, let it sweep the low. I'm looking at an entry around 99.50, give or take, depending on how we open up intraday. But 99.50 is an area of interest for myself. 99.50. But really the big level that I want is on SPY today. That's the big trade that I want. Again, there's an Oracle, there's a Boeing, there's a Lulu. But SPY, I really want to trade SPY today. And again, NVIDIA, those puts that we took, those should work out. I'll likely trim today at the open, the June 20th 142 puts. And I might actually add into my Microsoft 465 put today. I'm going to watch that closely. I might add at the open. Let's look at Palantir, PLTR. PLTR coming in nicely. Obviously, we're short PLTR with the 143 put July 3rd. That's working out well. I'm really hoping Oklo can get in the money today. It would be another 4% down move. But Oklo from yesterday is dropping down about 5%. Also another shelf offering. So that's another name that could be under pressure. Alright, scanning through the list here. We got Spirit Aero Systems as well, SPR. That's gapping down slightly. Let's check back on Boeing. Yeah, Boeing off of the long level, nothing there. LGN, ALGN, Align, that's gapping down slightly. Let's look at Adobe, because Adobe does have earnings today. So ADBE has earnings after the bell. Alright, so most active stock in the pre-market right now is Boeing, NVIDIA, Tesla, Plug Power. Let's look at PLUG. Plug Power obviously still holding that massive strength. Intel, I was surprised Intel pretty much gave back that whole entire move yesterday. This is a nasty stock. Intel just can't get nothing going. It's pretty crazy. Let's look at Lucid, LCID. This is looking like a short, guys. Lucid is looking like a short. If the market remains weak, this one's looking like it's going to test these lows. You got a nice bear flag here. This could be a potential name to actually short today and ride some put options on Lucid. It looks like it's ready for another leg lower very shortly here. Yeah, Lucid for a short is looking pretty ready. You're trying to get back above that 7-day and it just keeps getting slammed right back down. Let's look at SoFi quickly. Any other tickers you guys want to quickly look at before the open? SoFi, nothing really there. You were back testing some key areas. Does still look very strong, like it's trying to break out. It's a name that I'd favor on the long side. I wouldn't try to short this one. Let's look at American Airlines, AAL. So look at that. Airlines were showing great potential of breaking out of their little flag patterns, and then they just got absolutely smashed to the downside. So AAL looking fairly weak here. You're testing the lower of the range. Could be some support, but let's see where the better support is. I'm gonna measure this fib level. So yeah, you are back testing actually the 382. This could be a potential buy the dip if the markets try to firm up here, guys. Natural gas is very strong today, so natural gas is being defended at the low of that wedge pattern right back to the highs, just chopping people up and out. Pretty crazy price action. Yang, so a bit of weakness in China stocks. We took that entry yesterday at 30.53. VZ today, Verizon, that one's actually holding up okay. That's under pressure obviously with the market. Still like FedEx. FedEx could be a very big mover if it continues its bullish cross of the 7 and 20 here. NCLH, it's another little position that's coming back under pressure. Hood today also coming back under pressure. Alright, so we have 4 minutes till the open. I am going to be watching SPY. I do like the S&P 500 for a nice little potential trade. And we will watch OKTA as well. All right, so again, my SPY long level, guys, my SPY day trade scalp level, probably a 0 DTE play off of the open. If we flush into the 598.15, 598.15 on SPY is where I'm looking to go long. As a quick scalp, okay? It's aggressive. And this would be a half position on SPY. And I would consider adding to the position around 597.31. Right? So I would look, if we flush into that level at the open, I would just consider buying at the money calls. So looking at around 598 calls. If you're more aggressive, you can take the 599s. But there's a lot of daily chart support there, hitting that 7-day moving average on SPY. That is kind of the best trade that I'm looking at. Obviously, if SPY bounces, the other stocks will likely catch a bid too. But I like SPY around 598.15 in and around this zone. Looking at several other stocks here. Micron, we are in the money on our MU short from yesterday, but I'm looking for much more downside. Let me just grab another cup of coffee and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. So my average short on Micron is sitting at 114.80. 114.80 is my average short on Micron. 114.80. And Micron does have a head and shoulders trigger on watch. Nice trigger on watch for MU. Another couple percent. Downside target is around 111.70. Alright, so NVIDIA, Micron, SPY. We got Okta, we got Lulu, we got Boeing. Alright, we got quite a bit. We got quite a bit. All right, markets are open here, guys. Markets are open. I took Lulu calls. Look at the big move on NVIDIA off of the open. That's going to help semis and SPY. Everything's pretty much catching a bid right now. So Okta catching a little bit of a bid. SPY still catching some strength. Could NVIDIA off the open. NVIDIA trading at 142.65. Lululemon is sweeping its low pivot liquidity. Guys, Oklo 62 calls are printing here. Look at Oklo, sorry, Oklo 60 calls are absolutely printing so far. That's what I want to see. SPY should go a little bit lower. SPY should test a lower boundary range. Come on, give us some lower price. NVIDIA still strong here. Mega caps, Microsoft still holding strength. Microsoft is sweeping its all-time high pivot. Let's look at Oracle again. Oracle still a ways away from my little short level. It is starting to come in. Let's look at NET. NET, big bounce on NET. Wow. GME. Really big bounce on NET. SPY still looking very weak, guys. Just be mindful of that. IWM going lower. Apple's negative. Microsoft's now coming in. Look at this GME chart, guys. GME is down now, testing some support here. GME is trying to test this trend line. Aggressive traders can take a bounce here. Aggressive traders can take a bounce here. Pierce of oof, SPY's weak, so that's a little bit of an aggressive trade. That is a very aggressive trade on SPY or on GME. Wow. All right, SPY come down. NVDA is still remarkably strong here. That name is still pressing despite SPY coming in. Tesla weak. Microsoft coming in a touch. Apple negative. Let's look at OKTA again. Yeah, OKTA getting a nice bid. Really nice bid on OKTA. SPY's trying to hold steady. NVIDIA is pumping here. NVIDIA is pumping. Again, let the market settle out here. The first 15 minutes are always tough. You don't want to get roped into anything crazy. Oil taking a breather today. Bitcoin's still struggling. Lulu's still struggling. All right, guys, I'm looking at taking another position in Lulu. Looking at extending my calls here in Lulu. Getting extremely oversold here. Just the market is tough right now. Weak, 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 weak. Wow, just getting absolutely demolished. All right, the market could be going for its next down leg, so we just want to be cautious about entering longs here. Just be cautious. Still have SPY going a little bit lower here. So 598.15 is my long level on SPY. 598.15 is my long level on SPY. All right, Oracle up here is technically a short. Oracle up here is technically a short. You're tagging some resistance. All right, guys, I'm short Oracle, 193.58. This is a 1/3 position. Common shares, 193.58. Short Oracle, 193.58. So 1/3 position. Common shares short on Oracle. $193.58 on Oracle. I will add to the position about every 40 to 50 cents. SPY still looking weak. A potential bear flag on SPY still forming here. Potential bear flag on SPY still forming. So we're short Oracle. You can short SPY here and use the 600 as your stop loss. Oracle's starting to come in. Good little down move on Oracle. Still trying to bounce it. Lulu's catching a bit of a bid. Tesla's gone green. Let's look at Mr. Softy. Microsoft coming in nicely. Netflix is firmed up. So a little bit more green starting to appear on the screen. Apple's still struggling. Qs are down 0.23. IWM down 0.78. SPY down 0.18. So SPY is lagging the Qs today. All right, Oracle's pushing right back up here. The big market bounce. Tesla's obviously seeing some accumulation. What a reversal on Tesla. Wow. OKTA. Still very strong on Okta. That trade is off the table for me, but what a reversal on OKTA. GME getting a bounce off of that key trend line. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let me flip back to Boeing. BA catching a minor little bid. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my position here on Oracle 194.30. 194.30. It's my second entry, 2 of 3. 194.30. These are just common shares. SPY's getting a really big bid. Flow. Everything's catching a decent sized bid. Palantir's looking a little weak. PLTR could be one to pick on here. It's not really participating in the market bounce. It's definitely looking a little bit weaker. Potential lowercase h bear flag pattern on Palantir. Oracle's just a beast right now. Still surging. First Solar's gone green. NVDA is now up 0.5%. Block is turning the corner going green. Alright, next ad level, final ad level on Oracle is a Pierce of 195, which is coming up right now. Pierce of 195. I'll take my third. There it is, guys. We just wicked up there. 195.08 fill. I'm in a full position in Oracle shares short, common shares. Market is still trying to hold bullish structure. All right, there's an aggressive SPY trade here. There's an aggressive SPY trade. I'm going to take a 5.99 put on SPY, 5.99 put, 0 DTE. SPY 5.99, 0 DT put. I got filled at 90 cents. Yeah, my target on Oracle is basically, just give me a second here. Target on Oracle, back minimum 192. but likely a move back into 189. So 192 is this white trend line. We wicked there once. All right, so SPY is still trying to push here. Oracle's still trying to push. So I'm writing a SPY 0DT put. It's an aggressive level to short. But I am seeing NVIDIA curling back down. Microsoft's got some top wicks. SPY's still pushing through here. The gap down is being bought with full force. Quite a bit of green still appearing on the screen. Down about 15 cents on these puts. Microsoft still strong, but below prior day high. NVIDIA's firmed up. Apple's still struggling here. Q's SPY still red, but trying to go green. Come on, SPY. Head back down to 598. I want to buy you down at 598. That's the technical bigger level. But markets are still staying firm for the time being. Looks like they want to try to challenge that gap. GameStop still down 16%. NVIDIA is still climbing. NVIDIA is very strong today. Pushing right back up to the 144 zone. Oracle's still firm, seeing some minor consolidation. Intel's still negative. SoFi negative. So what's the CVAC? That's up 33%. PL, that's getting sold into. Tesla's still positive on the session. A little bit of a bullish reversal recovery. And these put options are slightly down. That is okay. I still think the markets can come in a little bit more. We're seeing Tesla curling down slightly. Your big stocks to watch are obviously Microsoft and NVIDIA. They are your strong horses today in mega cap tech land. Making another run, helping cloud stocks as a whole. SPY still seeing some minor distribution. Micron's really starting to come in a touch. Oracle's a monster right now. Microsoft is staying firm. Really, Oracle and Microsoft are helping IGV stocks, cloud stocks. IGV, wow, IGV is just a monster today. Yeah, look at that breakout on IGV. Natural gas still up a couple percent. Russell 2000 still down by about 0.8. Come on, Oracle. You're just staying firm, eh? Microsoft, yet again, another new all-time high spike there. Starting to come in a touch. Tesla's gone back to the negative side. How's Okta doing? Yeah, Okta now trading at 101. Doing very well. Okta's doing very, very well. Alright guys, SPY is trying to go back to the positive side. This is going to be aggressive, but I would take one more fill on these 599s. If we push up into this gap zone and sweep this little high pivot around 601.60. So Oracle right now still strong, not really wanting to go down at all. Still have semis slightly negative, but trying to firm up. Gold's doing really, really well today. Sarfer saying 198.30. He thinks on Oracle. Yeah, it does look like it wants that, eh? And it's going for that high pivot liquidity sweep as well. 198.30 is at all-time high. So this thing is a monster. This thing is a monster. That's for sure. NVDA up 0.62. Tesla still lagging. Oracle up 11.83 right now. SPY trying to go green. Qs are now green. IWM still lagging. SMCI still slightly down on the session. Natural gas still remaining firm. The Dixie is now trading at 97.87. 97.87 on the Dixie. US dollar. Breaking down. Oracle at a very good point to short. Yep, I'm already in. My averages, I took a little bit of an aggressive entry. But there should be some price. It's probably going to sweep that high pivot liquidity Oracle. Looks like it wants that all-time high. It's extended though, very extended. Alright, SPY starting to come in just a touch here. Microsoft starting to curl down. Micron still forming a bit of a potential head and shoulders. A bigger pattern. Yeah, Oracle and cloud stocks. You look at IGV, IGV is a big sector. That's what's really keeping this market buoyant. And IGV is obviously has a huge weighting of Microsoft, MSFT. So Microsoft is one of the buoyant stocks. Oracle's definitely helping this market push to some extremes. But it looks like it's going to sweep that high pivot liquidity. All right, SPY is looking to go green off of this push here. It is looking to go green. And I'm going to take a secondary fill on these SPY 599 puts. As soon as we sweep this little high pivot liquidity around 601.50. Could be a little peekaboo breakout. But it's definitely looking a little bit more constructive here, SPY. Still real no selling in Oracle. MSFT starting to take a breather. Apple still near the lows. No one wants Apple. NVDA starting to come in just a touch. Let's look at Meta. Meta still under prior day low. That's still in a bit of bearish alignment. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon a really strong bounce back up. Let's look at Google. Yeah, Google still stuck under prior day low. Tesla again. Tesla's still trying here. Market's appearing to go green here on SPY. Sweep time high pivot. Oracle is able to sweep that all-time high pivot. Very strong. Microsoft starting to curl in now. Let's see if this is the down leg in the market. I took a really aggressive entry on SPY. I still think SPY is going to head to 598.15. Bit of a buy level down the zone. But it's holding firm for the time being. Come on, SPY. Give up the goods. Another big bid coming back into the markets. Buy the dip strength is still in full force. Microsoft still up about 0.47%. Netflix green on the session. SMCI is trying to turn the corner and go green itself. It's looking like a nice little chart. Setting up again. Alright, SPY potentially is trying to yet again make another push for positive territory. It is trying. NVIDIA is curling back down right now. NVDA seeing a little bit of minor distribution. NVIDIA backtest its pre-market high. So NVIDIA looks like it wants to maybe retest its pre-market high. That should be an area where bulls try to defend it. If it loses that, then again, pre-market prior day low at 141.87. You lose that, then pre-market low. Let's look at Mr. Microsoft. Microsoft still currently under its prior day high. Nice little fall. SPY starting to come in a little bit more. Tesla's still going negative. Come on, take us to 599. Potential 1 minute bearish cross about to form on SPY 7 and 20 moving average. A potential bearish cross on the 1 minute chart. This is very small time frame. Market makers are trying to hold it. Alright, Oracle swept that high, guys. Oracle did sweep that high into new all-time high territory. Microsoft still staying buoyant and firm. So let's see how Oracle reacts at this all-time high here. It is sweeping it. Apple's still trailing. OKTA coming into target. Oh wow, yeah, that dumped. That dumped really hard. Thanks, Sarfrez. Yeah, OKTA coming into target now. So that's actually a very bearish breakdown bar on OKTA. I have to take it a little bit lower. But yeah, OKTA dumping hard there. I'm surprised it gave up the goods there. Wow, yeah, OKTA. Definitely coming into target. Target's a little bit different now because it had that big move up and now it's a rejection. It did sweep that little low pivot there on OKTA. But I'm looking at 99.50. The only problem with OKTA that I don't like is I still think the market could be due for a little bit of a pullback lower. It's now 10 a.m. I've had a half an hour. Microsoft's still staying firm. I'm gonna watch Okta here. It's interesting. One more little flush on Okta into about 99.40. I'd consider a long. 99.40. I'd consider a long on Okta. It's a weak name though. Google's under a lot of pressure right now. Still riding the 599 put, down on the trade. Looking to take one more entry if we get a little bit of more of a sweep higher. Oracle's starting to come in now. Microsoft's starting to come in. Alright guys, I just added to my 599 put there on SPY. It's aggressive. I took my second entry at 66 cents. 66 cents. Alright, so my average on the SPY 599 put is 80 cents. 80 cents. So I'm still slightly down. I am still slightly down. Octa was close there. Oracle still seeing a bit of distribution at these all-time high pivots. It swept the high pivot and now is coming down a little bit. I'm going to look for some weakness to creep into Microsoft if Oracle continues to see a little bit of distribution. Market's still staying elevated here. The market is still trying to stay firm. NVIDIA's bouncing, Microsoft's holding steady. Apple's trying to see a little bit of buying off the 197.60 zone. But Apple's just nasty. Microsoft pushing up yet again for another high push here. NVIDIA is still remaining strong. Again, I still have it priced in. The markets should retest this 598 zone on SPY, but for the time being, a lot of buying pressure coming back into the picture. A ton of buying pressure. And that's being led by cloud-based stocks. Microsoft still remaining very elevated here. Again, I'm riding the 599 put. Palantir is going for another new low of day. Netflix is curling back down. Google, a little bit of a lowercase h pattern on Google. That's not looking too good. Google's looking like it's struggling a little bit here. Intraday, Meta making new lows on the session. Let's look at Micron. Micron pushing back to the highs. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla, potential little bearish flag pattern forming. So really you're going to need the cloud stocks to start to give it up here. Microsoft and NVIDIA. Keep those guys on watch because those are what's keeping the markets buoyant here. Did I discuss Meta? Yeah, Meta's at the lows for now. No, I didn't add to Lulu. This thing is just nasty right now. Did not add to Lulu. Honestly, I'm looking for a test of this little low pivot here on 245. It could be a good risk to reward here. I mean, you're oversold. That's really the only thing that's going for it. Positive divergence on the hourly chart. Oversold in the 515. That's really the only... Alright, SPY just ripping here. SPY is just ripping face. Look at that catapult higher. Whoa, monster stick to the upside. Huge, huge liquidity sweep. Gap fill, markets go positive. So I'm down about 40% on these puts. 0 DTEs. They're sized appropriately, so I'm not sweating it yet. Basically, we've swept that high pivot liquidity, forcing a lot of people to cover. We still got time for this market to see some profit taking. I should have waited for that high pivot liquidity sweep to enter. That would have been the much better strategy. But I still think we can potentially break down from this little bit of a 5-15 minute pattern. But for the time being, markets are trying to push and trend higher. Microsoft's trying to make another new all-time high push. Tesla's still struggling. Apple's still struggling. SPY and Qs are green. IWM down 0.64%. Microsoft still charging higher here. Relentless. Bitcoin's still down by about 1.2, but it has made a nice little bullish reversal off of the lows. Oracle making another high push, another all-time high push. Microsoft, yet again, another all-time high push. So, I mean, the likes of Microsoft and Oracle just taking this market by the scruff of the neck and ripping it higher. Monstrous price action. And some of the largest names here. So SMCI is green, AMD is trying to go green, Google still down 1%, Meta still lagging, down 0.69, Amazon down 0.1, Tesla slightly green, trading at 327, NVDA at 143.50, up 0.47%, Microsoft leading the charge, up 0.8% and ripping. Microsoft breaching. Microsoft's trying to gun for that $4 trillion market club. It's at 3.54 trillion and printing. Jeez. Apple's still negative. IWM still down 0.75%. Natural gas still up 2%. Gold still up 0.85%. Yields are still soft on the session. Bitcoin still down 1.23. Regional banks are struggling today. That's why it's putting pressure on the IWM. So KRE is down 1%. Oil's taking a breather today. That's down 0.09%. Adobe's got earnings after the bell. China equities are under a bit of pressure themselves. Looking like this could be a potential little blow-off move on Microsoft. You're getting a lot of volume up here. Some wicks are forming. Nice little liquidity sweep. Again, could be a little bit of a blow off top on Microsoft. It is extended, very much extended. The daily chart has a very strong negative divergence. Same thing with the hourly, the 4 hour, but for the time being, it's still wanting to trend. Oracle still trading above its all-time high, previous all-time high, I should say. Let's flip back to NVDA. NVDA trying to make another push higher here. Markets are ripping here, ripping face due to the two largest companies carrying this market. And then obviously a lot of strength in cloud-based names from Oracle. Let's see what's happening with GME in the background. Yeah, GME looking like it's going to make a new low of day. How's Cloudflare Net doing? Net struggling itself. Still, interestingly, going positive in Net. Alright guys, this might be a short setup on Net. Cloudflare. This one remarkably turning green off of its big gap down. Still let it sweep the high. The market and cloud stocks are just too strong right now for the time being. But that could be an aggressive put play right here. That could be an interesting put play. What's Oklo doing? Yeah, that's pushing right back up. How's Intel doing? Intel trying to firm up. Alright guys, I'm going to take a put play in Net. I'm looking at puts in Net. Ticker Cloudflare. Again, this is risky because cloud stocks are the strongest stocks in the market right now. SPY pushing higher here. SPY is still ripping here, trying to go higher. $75 July 3rd put on Net. 175 July 3rd put on Net. Microsoft still a monster right now. NVIDIA going for another high of day. That's why the markets are absolutely crushing it to the upside. So very strong push in the markets. Still elevated. Oracle's starting to see a little bit of distribution here. Nothing major, but a little bit. Microsoft coming in a touch. NVIDIA now testing 144 and printing. Tesla's green, SMCI up 1.25, a lot more green starting to appear on the screen with the major indices green on the session. Apple still struggling, Bitcoin still down 1%. Alibaba getting smoked today. Google's still in red, down by 0.85. Meta's still struggling. Amazon just turned green, so you're getting a little bit more participation across the board. Microsoft seeing some minor 1 minute distribution. NVDA has some top wicks forming. SPY's still pushing. Oracle still pushing. So far my puts are annihilating me. SPY just made a little bit of a higher high there, sweeping yet another high pivot liquidity zone. Now it's back testing the head and shoulders neckline. So SPY triggered that head and shoulders yesterday on the 5-minute chart. You're now back testing the neckline. Down about 50% on my 0DT puts. And this is when you size appropriately. You can sit through pain. There's a strong chance these can go definitely against us. I still think that there's going to be some profit taking in names like Oracle, Microsoft. You're just getting a nice little liquidity pump as people trying to chase cloud stocks. IGV is the hot sector. It's been hot since Microsoft earnings. It's now even hotter since Oracle earnings. People are ditching names like Meta and Google. Tesla's back to the red side. Did Okta ever hit that downside target? I totally forgot about OKTA. So it had a bounce, but it never really hit my 99.40-ish. So I'm still interested in Okta along, but a little bit lower. Thanks, Starfirst. SPY's still trying to push. Strong chart on SMCI. That one obviously we've been bullish on. Our swings are our swings are starting to perk back up here. Still a very tight convergence of these two moving averages. The 7 and 20 are very, very tight. Yeah, Apple's just nasty. Apple's just nasty right now. It is trying to get it by the dip here. But definitely weak on the session. It's getting some buyers into its picture right now. But look at this Microsoft chart. Big, big bearish divergence on really the daily, the 4-hour. A lot of different time signals showing negative divergence on Microsoft's chart, which typically means there should be a pullback, but we're in all-time high undiscovered territory. What is Microsoft's? Let's see if SPY wants to dip at all. SPY never hit my buy level. 598 is my buy, but we'll see. A lot of strength. And now this is the part where on the 15-minute chart of SPY, if we don't bust through this level right now, the 602.50 level, then we could be creating a right shoulder on the 15-minute time frame for a much larger head and shoulders pattern. Again, it hasn't triggered, so obviously bulls are in control on the daily session, as well as the larger term time frames. But this is a big area. We need to bust through the 602.50 zone, 602.70, or we run the risk of creating a potential right shoulder on SPY. So far, Microsoft's still pushing. SPY trading at 602.19. Tesla still struggling. Amazon, Meta, Google, Apple, red. So Microsoft and NVIDIA are your mega caps that are green. A little bit of semiconductor strength creeping back into the picture with the SOXX green itself. SPY trying to make another push higher here. Oracle still strong, testing that 200 zone. It pierced 200. What's GME saying? GME still struggling and hanging out around this $23 level. IWM backtesting that 7-day, getting a buy the dip program on IWM. Take a look at that. Strong bounce off of that daily 7 moving average. So IWM backtested its daily 7 moving average. SPY and SPX close enough on SPX. That's why there's a lot of strength coming on into this market, because you're backtesting that 7-day. The question is, will it hold? I had it priced in that we should have tested the 7-day moving average and even pierce it. So we'll see if we want to make another move down on SPX. Let's look at the Qs. So Qs itself backtesting that lower boundary wedge pattern. Never officially hit the 7-day, but a lot of strength still creeping back into the picture. Okay, just add to my Microsoft puts up here. This is a member swing shade. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Seeing some top wick. SPY still holding steady. Yeah, VZ is still okay. We got lots of time on those. It's just backtesting a key zone. It's down on the session 1%. It's not really that big of a move down. All right, SPY going for another high of day push. Remarkably. Yeah, Palantir getting some weakness. Absolutely. Palantir going for another new low of day. SPY is still holding steady. A little bit of 1 minute distribution happening in this zone. We'll see if we get any sort of follow through. Let's look at XYZ. That one's bouncing off support. Still a bullish name. I think we trend higher on block XYZ. Nice little continuation bounce on ICLR. That name's still looking good. We still have some runners on Hershey, which was trying to spike and break out today. MRK, that's doing well on the long side. We're still holding some call options in that name. SMCI is perking back up. Nice little bullish confluence. First Solar struggling today. FedEx bouncing off of support. Still no real sell side pressure in Microsoft and the tape. Getting a little bit more participation. Again, Apple's trying to bounce here. Tesla trying to go green, but really it's it's Microsoft and NVDA still pushing this market much, much higher. Oracle at the highs. Wow, Oracle's just a monster continuing its vertical ascent. Let's look at GE. That one was down in the pre-market. GE trying to bounce. Boeing caught a nice bid, but getting sold into. It's pre-market low on Boeing's around this 198 zone. So you just need to be careful of that. GME, that's still into this support level, this upsloping trend line, but it's been hovering there really since the open. So GME is definitely struggling in this vicinity. But an interesting area there. Let's look at Oklo. That one's back to the highs. Let's look at Net again. That one's still struggling, seeing some top wicks, but getting some sympathy strength from cloud stocks. Let's look at Micron. That one's pushed right back up. AMD. That's still very, very strong. Let's look at ARM. ARM is trying to push back up. MSTR, that's trying to push back up, but Bitcoin's still somewhat struggling on the session. Backtesting its 7-day moving average, hitting some near-term support on Bitcoin. Gold right now breaking out, potentially triggering this inverse head and shoulders. So gold looking very strong at the moment. Crude oil seeing a little bit of weakness today, but still elevated. Natural gas leading the charge today, defending that key area. Natural gas is in a bit of a short zone, but still very strong. Microsoft taking a little bit of a breather. Let's look at Lululemon again. Lululemon's trying to make a little bit of a spike here. You want to look at silver for anonymous. Yep, silver's still strong. I have an upside target on silver for a pierce of 38 bucks. Back testing, piercing at 7-day. Very strong chart still. There's a chance it could want to retest this area. 35 bucks if you got some market weakness, but silver's still looking very, very strong to the upside. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a pullback here in the indices. I'm down about 60% on my 0DTE puts. Those are 599s. It's a very big long shot of heading back down there. There's still a chance that it can head down there. But realistically, I probably should have closed them for a loss. Realistically, when we confirm this breakout around 601.60, this is a much, much better area to short. But we'll see. Microsoft coming in a touch here. Carvana struggling today. That's down 3.25 per solar. Also struggling. That's down 2.3. Markets are pushing for yet again another high. Wow. Just monstrous move. All right, let's see if there, I'm just looking at some other charts here. There might be another little short trade on RGTI or Getty. This one could go back to the negative side. RGTI. I'm looking for an entry on the short side of RGTI. Because I am going to short RGTI here. This is a 1/3 position. 1282 fill, short RGTI. 1282 short common shares on RGTI. It is dropping nicely right off of that previous little resistance zone. Nice little drop. I think this one can go negative. Market's still very strong. We need to get some weakness in the overall market. Microsoft seeing a bit of distribution here, some minor distribution. Looks like it's going to test its prior day high at 475.47. Yeah, they are using NVIDIA. NVIDIA is just a monster. NVIDIA, Oracle, those are your big strength stocks. Just continuing to rip here. Big spike on SPY. Holy moly. Look at that move on SPY. Huge spike to the upside. Blasting through major chart resistance. SPY has not had really a single consolidation candle on the 5-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is your 8th 5-minute green candle. 8th 5-minute green candle in a row on SPY. I'd add to my RGTI short if we hit 13 bucks. 13 bucks. Microsoft still trying to come in just a touch here. So NVIDIA is kind of having just this blow off move here, pushing to the upside, looking for all-time high price breakout here again. NVIDIA now up 1.27%. Boeing still down by about 4. Tesla's still struggling. So no real buying coming into Google, Meta, Amazon, Tesla. No real contribution from those other mags. It's really only Microsoft, NVIDIA, Oracle, a couple other broad participation S&P 500 stocks. SPY's still very strong here. Will we see some sort of profit taking? I'm so tempted to add to my puts just to kind of work my average and try to salvage this 0DT trade, but it's going against all risk management strategies. Oracle now up 14%. What's the net doing? Palantir still struggling. No selling in NVIDIA. There's absolutely no selling in NVDA. So I guess this market is coming down to NVIDIA today. Tesla struggling, that's down 0.43%. So this is not really a broad participation rally, it's very concentrated. It's very concentrated. And the question is, if it becomes a broad participation rally, the markets can absolutely fly even higher today. But if there's any sort of profit taking in NVIDIA and Microsoft and Oracle, that's where obviously you run the risk of going lower. But Tesla struggling here. Potential hourly chart bear flag forming on TSLA. It's a little bit weaker. Let's look at the SOXX. That's pushing right back up. You look at IGV. That's still near the highs of the session. Looks like NVIDIA wants to tag that prior day high resistance. SPY's up 0.26, Qs are up 0.25%, and the Russell's down 0.27%. So again, I'm still short RGTI Rigetti, 1282 down by about 5 cents to 1/3 position. RGTI, still short RGTI. Still very strong and tough day to short, with the indices staying so buoyant. NVIDIA seeing its first little bit of a down candle shift here. Nice rejection on Netflix daily chart, back testing the 7-day moving average and selling off. Still positive on the session, but definitely under a bit of pressure off of that key daily chart resistance. Some minor selling occurring in Oracle at the highs here. Some minor selling. What a buy. Oracle tapping yesterday in the pre-market around 170. That would have been a crazy long entry. Just no sell side pressure in SPY, testing 603 on the SPY chart. And this just shows you why these large short-term time frame patterns, specifically this inverse head and shoulders that we broke out of down here, is so powerful. If there's any other tickers that anyone is eyeing up, let me know. I'll stay on for another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll continue this live trading session in the afternoon with Power Hour. Pushing for another new high here. Another new high push for NVIDIA. Still ripping. A little bit of top wicks forming on SPY, but nothing crazy in terms of downward pressure, with NVIDIA and Microsoft still trending to the upside. NVIDIA is tapping, going for a tap of its prior day high. Apple's trying to go green. Tesla just getting sold into even more here. TSLA not really seeing any sort of broad participation. Just keeps getting sold into here. Amazon and Meta are trying to go green. So Amazon back above its prior day low, testing it. Meta well above its prior day low, so looking a little bit more bullish on that front. SPY coming in a touch here. So honestly, if SPY sees some participation from the other mega caps, you can see the next resistance is pivot high to pivot high, which puts us around 603.50 on SPY. 603.50 if it can hold this key 15-minute area. NVIDIA getting rejected off of its prior day high. Small rejection on NVIDIA. Microsoft still staying elevated. Micron coming in a touch here. So still some of your biggest movers on the day. There's Oracle, EPAM, EPAM, CHH, Choice Hotels International, Churchill Downs, that's up nicely. CHDN is the ticker. T-Rex, so TREX. Tandem Diabetes Care, that's moving. Lowe's, MSCI, interesting. Let's look at a couple of these other healthcare stocks. RGN. Yeah, that's one that looks interesting. MRK chart, daily chart looking very nice on MRK, looking constructive to move higher. Let's look at CPRT, Copart. That was one that's interesting. Still oversold. Check back on Okta. Okta finding some buyers off of this level. NVIDIA is still coming in a touch. Minor distribution on NVIDIA. Microsoft coming in a touch. A little bit of a bearish engulfing on NVIDIA's 5-minute chart starting to form. Bit of a bearish engulfing on NVIDIA. Still a very strong name. One candle does not mean it's giving up the entire goods. It's just running into that prior day high resistance. GME, really no bounce in GME today. GME is still at the lows of the session and likely making new lows. Again, if GME doesn't hold here, the next support is really down at around 21.50. Pierce of 22 bucks. Tough name to short, but it is looking like it's under pressure. Guys, this is high risk. I just took a second fill on my Rigetti RGTI at 13 bucks. Rigetti short. It is trying to break out here. But I did take a second fill on RGTI. Third and final entry short would be around this 13.29, 13.30 zone. Edward saying Oracle first red candle. Yep. Yeah, it's starting to curl over a touch here. This thing is just still a monster. Completely run away from me. And then we will tune you into a space, another trading space, and we will be back on for the power hour session. And of course, if anything drastic happens with these positions, we will let you know. Jump in. We'll message our members first via the Telegram trading groups. It's unfortunate about the SPY trade today, but sometimes you lose trades. That's just the nature of the beast. There's still a long shot that the markets could dump, but it's a long shot, that's for sure. The only real thing that could happen is profit taking in Microsoft, NVDA, and Oracle. Ticker AI is at an interesting level. Ticker AI on the daily chart is at an interesting level. Back testing that 20 moving average. Hopefully AI holds this area and pushes higher, but it's been under a lot of pressure. Bitcoin only down about 0.96%, so that's trying to firm up here. Trying to at least. side pressure here. Off the 3-minute, again, we got a couple key support levels that we are approaching. Still a lot of strength in this market. Other than a lot of the mega caps being overbought. Like NVIDIA and Microsoft, that's really the only things that could hurt this market right now. You're still seeing distribution in some of the other mag names. Let's see the sector performance today. So sector performance, you have regional banks are down, retail struggling on the back of GME. Materials XLB is green. Communications, energy, financials, and industrials are all down. Technology is strong. Staples are slightly green. Real estate's green. Utilities are green. Healthcare is green. And consumer discretionary XLY is red. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red. And then obviously your regionals and retail are red as well. Dow Jones transports and industrial averages also red on the session. So this is a concentrated rally in cloud stocks and well, really your two strongest sectors are utilities and tech, and then healthcare. So those are your bright spots in the market today. Utilities. Let's see what utility companies are actually rallying here. If you go to XLU, so NRG seeing some movement, PEG, SCCO. So a lot of green in the utility space today. A lot of green. Very interesting. And there could be some continuation flows. Interesting to see utilities doing well. Typically utilities are more defensive stocks. That sector is the second best performing behind tech today. That's kind of interesting to see. Again, usually utilities outperform as cash moves more defensively before a little bit more sell side pressure hits the tape, but interesting to see utilities are doing well. And again, correlation doesn't always take hold in the markets, but just a little observation there. There's a big spike on SPY. Really big spike on SPY. Microsoft new high. Massive surge here back in the markets. SPY is officially tagging. This is pretty strong resistance. It should be. Pretty strong 15-minute chart resistance. You can see you're testing that down sloping trend line. But a massive move off of the lows for SPY. And look at Microsoft just absolutely flying back to the high side. 477 and change printing. Microsoft is absolutely printing here to the high side. What a face ripper in MSFT. SMCI still charging higher. That's good to see. Amazon's now turned green. Tesla's trying. Meta's turned green. Obviously on that high spike, you got a little bit more participation. Apple's still trying to turn green itself. Yeah, very slow movements today, but I mean, it's been a grind higher. Microsoft, NVDA, they've all been pushing, all right? Cloud stocks and semis are absolute monsters. You still have Microsoft at the high, so it's tough for this market to really sell off. Still seeing some distribution in names like Meta, Google, Amazon. Tesla's turned the corner, gone green. I'm just scrolling through all the large caps, seeing if there's any other trade setups here. In the S&P 500 large cap stocks, I'm pretty much just going through all the daily charts, trying to make note of any observations that I see. Excuse me, Caterpillar breaking out. That's looking strong. ELD has PayPal. I haven't looked at PayPal. Yeah, PayPal's got a strong chart as well. Bull flag breakout. That's very strong. AMT. Look at Microsoft. Microsoft just doesn't stop trading at 477.70. Just blowing through uncharted waters. Wow, look at IBM. IBM's been strong as well. What a monster move on IBM. Look at IBM hitting some weekly chart resistance here. Very interesting little trend line. Maybe you can go a tad higher. IBM becomes a short around 284, 284 Pierce. That's a bit of a scalp short. Keep IBM on watch for a scalp short around 284, potential little swing trade for about 5% pullback. Goldman Sachs, that chart is okay. TGT, still holding bullish strength. Microsoft trading at 478 and climbing. Wow. Crazy, crazy strength. I wanted to look at some of my other list here. Let's look at PGR. Yeah, you can see PGR holding support here. Should have taken a long on PGR yesterday, very institutionally based stock. Let's look at Bro. This is a continuation short setup potential. Getting a bounce right now. CB. That's bouncing. Bearish crash. CB is also potential short around for swing trade around 289 level. Keep that on watch. CPRT, Copart. That's coming down. One more little sweep of the lows. Copart hits around 49.59. That becomes a swing trade. CPRT. Let's look at CHRW. Yeah, that's an interesting back test on CHRW. Good holds here. This one could be trying to form a bit of a bull flag breakout. Mono tools. Keep that on watch. CLX. Paul saying Xena will likely have more volatility soon. I'll take a peek in a second. Clorox is another one for long-term holders. I'm eyeing up an entry on Clorox CLX. I'm very intrigued about this name. Weekly RSI getting to levels of extreme. Daily RSI, you're forming some positive divergences. Could even be a defensive entry today. Let's look at Walmart and Costco. Walmart dipping down today. That's down 1.27, 1.25%. Costco, yeah, Costco trading at the $1,000 level, but losing that green bar, impulse bar. Just staple stocks are just a little bit weak with that bearish crossover, but Clorox could diverge from staples. It's a massive, massive level from 2009. You should at minimum get a very decent dead cat bounce on Clorox. Alright, maybe a little bit of profit taking occurring in the market at this resistance. Again, Rigetti's starting to come in a touch. RGTI. Still holding short RGTI. It's a 2/3 position short. My average on Rigetti is 1291. So we'll see if it wants to come down a little bit more. Looking for about 30 cents on Rigetti, about 30 cents. I still think it can probably go negative and hit 1239, 1240, but we'll see. Alright, back to some of these tickers for swing trades since we're just waiting on positions to come down here. We are seeing Rigetti fall a little bit more. We're back to break even. Microsoft's coming down. SPY coming down a touch. But yeah, Clorox is looking interesting for a swing trade perspective. It is green today, so it should be. The markets are pushing. A little positive divergence on the 4-hour. Yeah, you know what? This is a name I do like. Guys, I'm going to look for some Clorox calls today. CLX. This is a great opportunity for a long-term buy, I think. It's a very strong opportunity for a long-term buy. $136 could flush down to, what's the risk to reward here? So we could have another 2-3% down move on CLX. Alright guys, SPY is coming in a little bit harder now. Let's flip you back to the dual screen here, as we are seeing SPY come in a little bit harder with Microsoft starting to come in. We are up on our Rigetti trade by about 10 cents. RGTI, we are up on our Rigetti trade by about 10 cents. Now we just need to see the markets give up the goods here. NVDA coming in. Rigetti back testing support. So Tesla at the moment still slightly green. Amazon, Meta, Google, AMD red, Apple red, NVIDIA up 1.25. That's leading the charge to the upside. CLX getting a nice little 5-minute breakout candle. Rigetti's coming into profit target 1. I repeat, Rigetti's coming into profit target 1 around 1265. I'm looking for a cover of half the position. Be about a 2% gain on the trade. RGTI is coming into profit target 1. If it hits profit target 1, I move stop to break even, and then look for profit target 2. Yeah, so today I'm interested in potentially getting some exposure in CLX, Clorox, some call options. So I'm watching that nicely. Let's look through some of these other charts. Lennar backtesting some support. It would be crazy if these 599 puts took us back to break even. Still down about, my average is 80 cents on the 599 0 DTEs, holding through the pain. Still down 50%, just over 50%. I was down about 75% on the puts. But they're sized appropriately, so whenever I enter a 0 DT trade, I pretty much size it for 0, which is why you can sit through drawdowns. The problem is when you size too large in these 0 DTs, you get nervous, you can't sit through the pain. Alright, let's look at STNE is another name that we were looking at yesterday. Still holding bullish structure on Stone Co. Interesting. QS. Alright, a little bit of a bigger dip, guys. A bigger dip coming into the play here. Microsoft's starting to come in. SPY is really dumping here, guys. SPY is really dumping, so that's a big wick. It's a big wick energy there. Big buy the dip there, but SPY's backtesting this high pivot. If it loses this area, I mean, you could realistically go back to this intraday trend line, which takes us back to 599.86. But there is some support here. Obviously, Microsoft, NVDA likely will see buy the dip. How's Oracle doing? Oracle still trading above 200. Here, eat some lunch, and we will be setting up for the afternoon session, Power Hour. Power Hour is set to take place in the afternoon session. If anything drastic happens with SPY in terms of a fall, where it takes these puts green, I will look to exit them. And I still have a long level on SPY around 598 zone, but I might press it a little bit lower if we flush into that. So if we flush into that level, I would consider taking a stab on the long side, sweeping the low liquidity pivots. RGTI, again, I've given you the parameters on RGTI. 1265 is target 1, which is very close to hitting. Target 2 is down around 1240. If we hit target price 1, we look for a half of the position cover with moving stop to break even. My average is 1291 on a 2/3 position short. Nevertheless, we'll see what this market wants to give us. All right. And thank you all for tuning in to the morning session. We will be back for the afternoon session, Power Hour. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you on the charts a little later. Here is dumping quite nicely. Ticker NET is dumping quite nicely, looking to test pre-market lows. Markets have been in a bit of a mixed sort of environment here. They've been wanting to go up. They're on a knife edge, so it looks like we're gonna have to wait for power hour for that next move. So Cloudflare is reporting outages. We took the 175 July 3rd put options. So net right now is under a lot of pressure. They are reporting outages. NET trying to test that pre-market low. So if Cloudflare is reporting some outages right now, that could impact a whole host of things. It could impact brokerage accounts, could impact trades. So ticker NET reporting outages. That could make sure you have a connection. Make sure your connection is okay on your brokerage account. Taking a few new positions today as well on the swing trading side. A couple new positions. Bitcoin just went briefly positive there, reclaiming the 4-hour moving average, but now it's under a little bit of pressure. I'd like to see on the daily chart BTC hold the 7-day moving average, which is what it's testing right now. Obviously it back tested the 20 today. Yeah, look at Cloudflare dump, guys. NET. Our put options are 175 July 3rd puts are starting to print. We got them in at $5. We issued the alert, and those are starting to print. Let's see where a simple retrace would take us to on this pattern. So you could head to 160. That's doing a fib retrace of the full entire move. If we just did a fib retrace of the gap up here, conservatively 167 is where 168 is where NET should hit. 168. That's about another 3% downside. That's where I'd look for a trim on these 175 puts. But NET is going to breach the pre-market low here. If there's any tickers you guys want to take a peek at, now's the time. We are here for the power hour session. Here a little bit earlier. But nevertheless, net breaking down, testing pre-market low. Good to see. SPY right now is just stuck in a little bit of an inflection puts. Yes, Bart, but those are pretty much worthless. Unless we get some sort of major dump. Oracle trading below 200 now, still above its previous all-time high. You can see SPY is right on the precipice of trying to break out again and trigger an inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. It broke out on the 15, never confirmed the breakout. Now it's getting sold into here. So this could be a potential little failed mini breakout on SPY. And it could take us back down to the lower boundary wedge pattern around 600. Microsoft has continued to be a monster all day. Oracle coming in just a little bit. GME, wow, GME getting a bounce here. Some volume coming in on GME. Finally finding some support. I was expecting it to go to 2138. That's where my long level was. But GME, look at that bounce on GameStop. That was a 4% bounce. Whoa. Catching a little bit of a bid right now. Quite crazy. Let's look at Apple. Apple's still very weak. AI today down 1.26%. That one's struggling immensely. Again, Bitcoin being sold into, BTC USD breaking down here. Carvana. So our CVNA short is finally in a little bit of profit though. Just a small position, common shares. Backtesting the 20-day on Carvana. So there is some support here. Nice job, JP, on your SPY put. Good job. Let's look at First Solar. First Solar caught some volume and then it went dip negative, just backing and filling, still holding above the key moving averages. GLD today still very strong, on watch for this high end of this channel, looking to break out here. Hershey's still shaking and moving. We took a beautiful winner on Hershey, over 140% a couple days ago, and we still have half of the remaining contracts. Hershey's still looking to squeeze higher, in my opinion. Still a very strong chart. Ticker HSY. ICLR, again, this is another little position that we have with members. I'm long off the 131.90 area. We're up about 11.7%. MRK, another stock that I absolutely like. We're riding the $100 calls on MRK. Jan 16th $100 calls. We have them at $1.85. Netflix. I'm down on this trade slightly. I have common shares short at 11.85. It's a 1/3 position, so I'm looking at a sweep of the high to take another fill on Netflix. A little bit of distribution going on in Netflix. Obviously, NVDA is still strong on the session. That's testing and holding the 144 zone. A little bit of an upsloping rising wedge pattern, potentially on the verge of seeing a little bit more of a consolidation. I would love to see NVIDIA backtest this 20-day moving average, which is sitting at around 137 and change. SMCI was strong in the morning, and now it's being sold into. You had some weakness creep into AMD. So SMCI really not holding the majority of its gains here. Testing pre-market high. Still a strong daily chart. Moving averages are converging. You're still holding above all of them. You're testing pre-market high right now. Alright, Mr. Tessie. So Tesla, we ended up closing our 360 calls, which we were down about almost 50% on with this drop. So we closed them yesterday at break even, and now we honestly could re-enter them at a much cheaper price if we so wish to do that. Let me see what the Tesla calls are. Obviously Tesla's chart is a tough one here. Tesla's chart is very tough. And the reason it's tough is if you go on the 4-hour chart, let me go back to the regular trading hours. We just got a bearish crossover on the 4-hour chart of Tesla today of the 10, of the 20 and 7. So that's not a good sign for Tesla. Well, let's see what those 360s are trading like. 360 calls. We had the July 3rd 360. So yeah, I mean, we basically saved ourselves 35% by taking a break even, reassessing the trade, and that was a decent sized position. That was a really decent sized position. So sometimes break even trades, even small losses are the best thing to do. We've also had a nice little buy program creep into the bond market. So bonds are catching quite a nice little bid. So you look at our long in the UBT space, average 1644. Nice little bullish crossover occurred a few days ago of bonds. This looks like it's going to press into this gap fill, UBT of 1732. And when you look at what's happening with yields, yields are breaking down. So it does appear more and more likely each day that this is turning into a failed breakout on the 10-year yield. Most yields chart are very similar. You got the bearish cross of the 7 and 20. Market makers grabbed that liquidity, swept it with this huge impulse move, and now they're selling into it. You're back below all of the key moving averages. So yields right now, I'm very bearish yields, bullish bonds. So therefore a name like TLT, obviously on watch for continuation breakout. One could argue this is a little inverse head and shoulders that is triggering. So breakout today on TLT. Good to see. Let's look at Micron. MU is still a monster up in this vicinity. I'm still expecting a minimum back test of the 7-day moving average. Right now it's just taking advantage of the market still staying firm. But very close, I think, to seeing another leg down. Trying to form a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern here. Luring in more bulls, I think, before the bigger down leg occurs. RBLX, this is our newest trade of the session. This is a nice little trade that I think will work out. It's a bit of a day trade. If we got a big dump, I would consider taking profits, but I'm writing the $94 June 27th put option on RBLX Roblox. Roblox has had a stupendous move to the upside with minimal consolidation. So even a 4 to 5% pullback should help our put option that we just took. So again, I'm writing a June 27th $94 put. I got filled at $2.21 a contract. We are seeing that trying to soften up just a little bit. Let's look at ticker VZ, Verizon. Verizon trying to break down here, trying to have a bit of a failed breakout on the daily after backtesting the key moving averages. Still trying to hold this wedge pattern. If you use this wick low, you can see it's still technically inside of the wedge pattern. I still like this Verizon chart. It's coiling for, in my eyes, a bigger move to the upside. I'm writing some call options, slightly down on that position, but we still got a lot of time on that specific position. Riding the July 18th $45 calls. We look at FedEx. This is another long position that I'm bullish on. You got the back test of the bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 on the daily chart of FDX. I'm riding a couple different positions, the July 240 calls, July 25th, and then the September 19th 250 calls. So I do like FedEx for a continuation higher. I believe that one's going to catch a nice bid. PLTR, a very strong stock, but it's breaking down. I'm riding the 133 July 3rd put, which that's coming in quite nicely. So I took that trade right up around 138. So I'm riding a 133 Palantir put. And remember, we've traded this one successfully on both sides. We caught a nice little short off of this zone. We bought it long. We went long the 127 calls, rode those calls in the money, and now we're just trading it back on the short side. So I like Palantir as a stock. It's got a bright future, but we're just into some critical technical resistance, some nice little distribution and divergences forming. I think that 133 definitely gets in the money for Palantir. Prior day lows sitting right at that 133. Okay, so that trade's working out quite nicely. Let's check back on net. Net trying to find some support down here, still looking very weak despite the market pushing up. CPRT is another swing trade that we just entered today. I'm very, very bullish on Copart. Copart has had a really solid decline. You're backtesting this critical Fibonacci level. You're backtesting this 382 Fibonacci level in a very oversold condition. I do see a head and shoulders, or one can argue a little bit of an M-top pattern that has triggered, but the downside break has already occurred. We're just buying a dead cat bounce. I think we get a retrace to 52, but likely 53. But this is a big, big level of support for a name that is in a very strong uptrend on the larger time frames, right? So even with this potential lower high, you're still putting in on the major time frames. We go to a monthly or the weekly, and Copart's still technically putting in some higher highs, higher lows. So that's one that I do like. Writing the $50 calls for July 18th. And of course for NVDA, we have a small put position just hedging a couple things. We're also long the SOXS at 959, small position, hedging some things. Let's look at the IWM again. So IWM still holding that key 7-day moving average, losing a little bit of its gains, but still holding nonetheless. Alright guys, so 3 o'clock has commenced. Power hour has commenced. Power hour has commenced. And let's just not forget that the market is still in a very strong bullish uptrend with NVIDIA and Microsoft and cloud stocks leading the charge. Let's see if we can get some sort of a play here. So GME is still trying to bottom. Again, if there's any trade setups that you guys are looking at, let me know. Be more than happy to analyze them. But the market's been stuck in a sideways range, chopping people up and out. Alright guys, those net puts are absolutely flying here. They're printing. Ticker NET. Those puts are absolutely printing here. Part of me wants me to try to take an oversold bounce off of GME here. It's been absolutely decimated on the intraday time frames. Nah, I'm going to stay away. I still want it to go lower. I'll stay away from GME. I was looking at Monster for a bit of a short. I was looking at ticker MNST for a bit of a short. It's aggressive, but you got that bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 on MNST. You're doing a bit of a liquidity sweep right now of those areas, just like what you did in yields. Hourly chart though looks pretty constructive. That's the only problem. Guys, look at NET dumping here. Alright, I'm going to look to actually maybe take some profits on these puts, because we are knifing. We're knifing very quickly. Wow, NET is going. NET, guys, is knifing here. These puts are absolutely flying. And we just got in those. Look at this dump on NET. Wow. Bigger volume coming in. That's... Come on, Cloud, give us more. Alright, SPY's trying to trend higher here. Still haven't officially confirmed the breakout, but if this could be a really big breakout on SPY, if we trigger this inverse head and shoulders, we're looking at an upside target on SPY Around 608. Not today, but next couple days. 608 could be on deck for SPY. Wow, net has a pretty wide spread right now on the bid and the ask. On these July 3rd 175 put options. The ask is at 850. It's a whole dollar spread right now. That's huge. Contracts that we enter are only worth $1. That's huge. Tesla getting smoked here, down 2.25% guys on Tesla. I do have a buy level on Tesla, but yikes, it's lower. I think we're going back to that gap fill around 308. I think 308 on Tesla is an area to potentially explore. Tesla's knifing. Google products having problems, Spotify having problems, some brokerages are having problems with Cloudflare. S&P still shaking off the Cloudflare outages. Oh my, look at these Cloudflare puts, guys. Ticker NET is printing for us. Come on. That spread is so freaking big though. These NET puts are up 60%. Come on. NET is up 60%. And we just took them today. Come on, Cloudflare, keep dumping, keep dumping. If we were to sell at the ask, they're almost up 85%, 85%. Come on, yes, new low of day on net. Ticker NET is printing, guys. We could see a flush on Cloudflare here. It's been extended on the daily chart. I got two fib levels. Your first one sitting at 168, and then your bigger time frame is sitting at 160. So we could head to 168 today. If things get really nasty with these so-called outages, ticker NET is under a lot of pressure. Come on. We're up $3.35 a contract if we sell at the bid right now. You might get a minor bounce here. You're getting oversold intraday. Hourly chart can still fall more. Let's look at the 15-minute. 15-minute chart getting pretty oversold. No sound? You can't hear, Maria? You can't hear? Says, can I get a mic check, guys? Says I'm speaking here. Microphone connected. I'm seeing the volume bars move. Bart says I'm good, thank you. Is it good on YouTube? Alright guys, I'm taking a trim on my NET puts. I'm taking a trim. I just took first trim. What a dump on Cloudflare, guys. What a dump on Cloudflare. YouTube good, thank you. It might just be your sound there. Thanks, Bart. Appreciate that. So guys, I did take a trim on net Cloudflare. I still have some runners, half the position, because we got a lot of time on those. I got filled at 860. I sold at 860. Beautiful little gain on Cloudflare, ticker NET. And it's still dumping, guys. This is a nice little trade. I just banked 72%, and the contracts are still running. Wow, look at the spread. Holy. If I can get filled at that 1125, that's over 110%. Amazing little dump on ticker NET. Thank you, Manatee. Thank you, Sarfers. I appreciate that, guys. Thanks. So, trimmed net for 72%. Nice, and we're still seeing Cloudflare dump here. Still under pressure. But NET is knifing through support here. 4-hour chart is getting decimated. It's now down 5.28% and free falling. Look at that daily chart breakdown. Nasty, nasty, nasty. This is getting ridiculously crushed on the outages. We're up over 90%, guys. 90%. Come on. We got runners. Look at this thing. It's absolutely flying to the downside. Amazing. That's a beautiful trade. I like that. Didn't expect that to trim today. I did not expect to trim that trade today. Wow. The bid is at 930 on the 175 puts. Whew. Those are nasty. I hope someone took that trade with me. Nasty. What else is related to Cloudflare? I mean, those are... Alright, there's a nice little reversal coming into play. But that's a lot of technical damage done intraday on Cloudflare. Small oversold bounce. We'll see if it wants to hold up. Netflix has gone negative. NVDA slope 1.32. SMCI up 0.81. Tesla keeps falling here. Tesla's knifing as well. Nice, Maria. Welcome back. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla is knifing. And the major indices are just going nowhere. So they're actually disguising the selling in the major indices. They're dropping some individual names, but they're keeping this market buoyant. Look at that drop on Tesla. Into some support here on Tesla for sure. Might be a little bit of a parallel channel trade. Let's see this. Yeah, you've knifed through that channel. Wow. That's a big decline on Tesla. I'm holding nothing on Tesla anymore. We exited. We exited our contracts, our July 3rd 360 calls. A couple days ago, I put the alert in off of that spike. We took a break even. So I'm looking to reassess. I want to get long, but it's just breaking down here pretty extremely. So we closed our 360 calls for break even on Tuesday, Bart, around 3:30 off of that spike. No, I wish I was shorting this move. No. You are nice. Yeah, it's knifing. Tesla's really going down lower here. You are hitting some support here, so I'd be hard pressed to not see a little mini bounce here back to about, say, call it 319, 319.50. But quite a bit of damage done on this little chart here of Tesla. That bearish crossover on the 4-hour is looking nasty. So a nice little bounce in Tesla, starting to come into play. Cloudflare still weak on the session. Look at Cloudflare wanting to make new lows. Cloudflare really struggling here. I would actually, if we flushed into this first fib level today, 168, piercing it, I would consider a long trade on Cloudflare. A little scalp long on ticker NET. If we flushed into 168.40, guys, it's an aggressive trade. But a little 1 minute chart bounce, I think that there's an opportunity there. So keep ticker NET on deck. Let me just see what I'd go on. Again, we're still riding the put options, which are printing. First trim was 72%, and we took those today. But I would consider a long scalp. Let me look at the June 13th contracts. So if we flush down there, that's 168. So what are we at? 167.50s. We could buy the 167.50s for a little bounce. Wow, that's a big spread as well. We're talking about a 30, 40 spread, 50 cent spread there. Wow. Let's see if we go a little bit farther out. It's a little bit better. The June 20th. Alright, Cloudflare, new low of day, guys. New low of day. New low of day. Here we go. We're breaching the 170 zone. Holy crap, these puts are juicy. Wow. We've almost doubled our money on Cloudflare, guys. If we get filled at the ask, we've doubled. Contracts are trading at 960 bid. Yeah, net is just dumping here. We bought the contracts at $5 a con. We've almost doubled. I'm interested in a little bit of a scalp long here on net, guys. Ticker NET is getting very interesting. Very interesting around this 168 Pierce level. Very intriguing. Alright guys, contracts have doubled. 100% trade there on Cloudflare. We still got until July 3rd. Alright, so I'm going to look at buying. That's just way too big of a spread. That's crazy. I can just trade it with common shares if... Alright, Cloudflare getting a nice little bid here. Back into the 170 zone. Yeah, Microsoft's just pushing and pushing. Absolutely. Another all-time high, testing 480. Just a non-stop momentum play. Guys, NET is still on watch for a long. SPX 5 days now without a rate of prior day low. Thank you for that observation, Billy. Alright guys, Cloudflare's hitting target. Cloudflare next is hitting target. I just took another trim on my put options there. It's a lovely little trade. Look at that bounce level. I never went long, but I did take another trim there on my put options, so I never went long, but that was a nice little bounce level that we were looking at on net. The spread was just too wide for me. The spread was just too wide for me. Adjusted stops on Cloudflare. I issued those alerts, so ticker NET experiencing outages, seeing a nice little dump. I've closed the majority of my puts with a stop loss on the remaining contracts at $7.50. Basically, I only have one contract left. That was a nice little trade on net. Really healthy trade on net. Anyone that caught the day trade long, that was the level. We were looking at that fib level. You can see back testing that Fibonacci 168.17 level to a T. Excellent little bounce. Anyone that caught that, nice job. I was too busy managing my put options to get in there. Market right now, let's look at what Mr. Softy is doing now. That's starting to come in pretty sharply on the 1 minute chart. Perhaps a little bit of an intraday reversal. It's just been a strong grind higher all day long for Microsoft. Let's see if they dump it into the end of the close. Roblox is also coming down, guys. We just entered that $95 put as well, and Roblox is breaking down a potential little lowercase h pattern. So take a look at that. We're already printing. Those $95 puts on Roblox are starting to wake up. Sorry, $94 puts. Google puts 1 DT. Let's take a look at Google for anonymous. Yeah, that's actually breaking down as well. Head and shoulders on the 5 minute chart. A bear flag. You can see this nice little flag pattern here. It is breaking down. Yeah, Google looks actually really nice. 1 DTE. Let's see what Google's priced at. So June 13th, what are we? 176, 175, 90. Make sure I'm on the right Google. Google L. Google L. So 177.50 put right now is at $1, $2. I might take the 177.50. What strike zone are you looking at there, Anonymous, for tomorrow? You looking at 175s? They're certainly cheaper, a lot cheaper. We're down 0.83% right now. If we were to flush into 175, that would indicate another 0.5% down move on Google based off of this head and shoulders pattern. It's just such a strong market. That's what scares me. Got myself 175s, not looking to hold overnight. Okay. I might look at entering the 177.50s. This is the back test of resistance on Google. No, I'm not starting a GME position here. I'm not. Roblox is knifing still. Net catching a nice little bounce. This trade, guys, I'm taking the Google 177.50, 1 DT put, 177.50. I got filled at $2. I will look to potentially close this trade out today as well. Looking for a little bit of a move lower. Yep, you're responsible. If I lose, I'm sending you the bill, Anonymous. If I win, I'll split the gains. Alright, so again, I got filled at $2, the 177.50 Google L put June 13th at $2. Waiting for 2090 on GME, Sarfraz. 2090. Yeah, I could see that area. 2090. I could even see us sweeping the 2075. Look at Google printing, guys. Can all thank Anonymous for that one. We entered right on the back test of that channel. Give us a new low. Come on, knife it. Knife it. Knife it. Come on, Google, keep dumping. Google's printing lower. Yes, let's go. Come on. Here goes Google. I'm seeing prints lower. We're knifing. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. We're up 13 cents, 14 cents a contract here. Come on, Google, give us more. Print to the downside. 5-minute chart, head and shoulders on watch. It is printing. It is printing. Give us some lower prints. Give us some lower prints. Come on. Keep going. Google. Where's Google's pre-market low? Google's pre-market low is 177.50. Let's see if we can flush and test that zone. Come on. I think we're going to get it. I think there's a strong chance of getting down there, guys. They've kept this market buoyant all day with minimal pullbacks. You're finally starting to see a little bit of profit taking in the indices, individual names. Roblox is knifing under 95. Beautiful little sell on RBLX. Come on, Google, give us more downside. SPY's starting to roll heavy here. Oracle's knifing. Come on. Microsoft's coming down a little bit here as well. MSFT getting a little soft. Oracle curling down a bit. Yes, Oracle is curling down a bit. Google's pushing right back up. Market is still strong as ever. Google pushing right back up. Microsoft breaking some 5-minute moving averages. Come on, give us another flush there, Google. Give us another flush. Seeing strength coming right back into this market. NVDA coiling with the 15-minute bull flag above all of the key moving averages. NVIDIA is the powerhouse. Google's pushing right back up. Uh-oh. Google, we got a few more minutes left. Still up about 4 cents a contract. Come on. Give us another flush. Microsoft curling down, losing 480. NVDA just staying firm. Here comes Google. We're back up 10 cents a contract. Again, I'm riding the 177.50 1 DTE put on Google. Come on, give us a flush. If we flush into pre-market low, guys, on Google, I will be out. Pre-market low is 175.50. We're about 27 cents away. That could happen on one minute candle. Most likely it'll take 2 to 3 minutes or so. Google's getting wicky down here. We should try to push a little bit lower. Google's been one of the weak mega caps on the session. Tesla's still down 2.29%. I'm getting lower prints on Google. Come on, flush us. Flush us lower, Google. We're up about 11 cents on these contracts. Here we go. We got new lows coming on Google. Markets are frozen in time. Look at this range on SPY. Pretty miraculous. What a range on SPY. Alright, Google continuing to go a little bit lower. Google wick down, now getting a little bit of a buy the dip. They just don't want to let this market fall. Roblox knifing through 95. Roblox look like it's going for another low of day. 145 million daily volume on GME. Good observation. Yeah, that's certainly quite a bit of volume. They didn't get any of my volume today. But eventually. I mean, GME is oversold, that's about it. But this chart is breaking down. You're going to sweep that low pivot and probably go lower. Come on, Google, knife it down, knife it down, knife it down. Google's still trying to hold this 75 level. Big bounce on Googly. NVIDIA is starting to push higher here. Still up about 2 cents a contract. I might consider swinging Google overnight, but I think I'm going to trim the majority of the contracts and just hold. Let's see. I'm probably going to trim by the close 7 of my Google contracts, win, lose, or draw. And I'm going to swing 3 of them overnight. The 177.50. 1 DT puts. So I'm going to trim by the close. Right now we're up 12 cents a contract. Google is starting to melt lower. I'm going to trim 7 of my contracts. And I'm going to swing 3 overnight on the Google 177.50 put option. Yeah, the session is almost over, you're right. Alright, Google printing some new lows here. Come on, give it to us. Come on, Google, you got 18 minutes. I want some new lows. Give me that pre-market low, 175.50. SPY curling to the downside. SPY is curling to the downside. Microsoft curling to the downside. Cloudflare Net still looking like it wants new lows. Tesla down, trading around 319. Actually, Tesla's got a 5-minute chart bull flag forming. Not looking too bad. Alright, we're up 16 cents on these Google puts. 16 cents a con. Again, I'm only playing with 10 contracts myself. I'm going to close 7 of them, swing 3 of them. I'm looking for a little bit more of a continuation move into the close, a downward continuation move. And our net contracts, net could easily gap down tomorrow. If we get a gap down on Cloudflare, ticker NET, I would close the remaining put options. We already trimmed twice. I've only got 1 contract left on net. But we trimmed the first one for 72, the second one for 100%. Let's see if we can get a gap down tomorrow. Quite a few different long positions taken today as well as shorts. There's a lot of mixed price action in the market. Some charts are looking bullish, some charts are looking bearish. Come on, Google. Go a little bit lower. Google's just hanging out here at the lows. I do think it's going to melt a little bit more. Yep, Adobe earnings today. Ticker ADBE. I have no position. But let's see. Adobe right now is just slightly positive, up about 2.21%. Alright, there's new lows in Google, guys. There's new lows. Come on, give us more. Give us more. But Adobe's just one that's they've been actually decimating it on the last several earnings reports. They've been really taking this stock to the woodshed. And, ooh, nice big breakdown there on Google. We're up 19 cents. SPY is really starting to come in. Come on, test that pre-market low, Google. Test that pre-market low. Google's almost at that 175.50 zone. What's your expectations for Adobe, Sarfraz? Are you playing it? Is people going Adobe long or short? Long. Sarfer is going long Adobe. What are you playing? 456 target. That gap fill is around 440. 456 is right in between those two pivot high zones. Interesting spot. Alright guys, I'm going to get close to closing Google. I'm going to close 7 of my contracts. I'm going to swing 3 overnight. We are closing the 7. Alright guys, that's a big enough drop there on Google for me. Closed at 227. Banked 27 cents per contract. Nice little trade there into the close. Nothing that's going to make or break, but 189 bucks on those contracts there. And I'm going to swing the rest of the 3 overnight in anticipation that Google could potentially be triggering this head and shoulders pattern that takes us down to about 175 and change. So nice little trade there. Again, Google's testing pre-market low. Nice little setup. Good spot there, Anonymous. Good spot. So Google breaching pre-market low. I took profits. Contracts are already up 30 cents there. Boom. Beautiful. That's a nice little scalp. A little bit of that trade really wasn't on my radar up until Anonymous pointed out. So this is why it's always nice to have extra eyeballs scanning the market. We all collaborate together. Sometimes other people and other traders spot much better ideas and options and trade setups. Yeah, I know. I was looking at the 175 and looking at the time. I was like, there's not enough time with the theta decay going into 1 DTEs, 175s. There wasn't enough time, so that's why I bought the 177.50s to make sure that the contracts, if they were to move higher, yeah, exactly, in the money was a better call. It's our greed, right? Our greed doesn't want to buy in the money a lot of times, but often that's a really smart trade to buy into money. Look at Google still melting here, guys. Google's still melting. But yeah, that was a nice clean setup. I like that a lot. JP saying he nailed SPX put-ups, 8.96%. Banger. Boom, boom, boom. Nice job, JP. 2,100 bucks there on those put options. Beautiful little trade. Good job, JP. Amazing. That's what I like to see. Print those profits, baby. Alright, Google's still melting here. I still got 3 runners. They're up about 34 cents. Almost another 100 bucks there, but again, I'll swing those over. Basically, this trade is risk-free now. Nice little dump on Google. Let's look at NVDA. NVIDIA is still holding structure. Microsoft dipping. That's still strong though. Oracle still maintaining above that prior day high. So that's really, really solid there. Really solid on Oracle. Google's just melting away now. Let's flip back at Tesla. Whoop, the monthly chart. I don't need to go to the monthly. Tesla again. Let's look at the intraday. 5-minute on Tesla. Tesla's just holding that pre-market low. Really not a good sign for Tesla. Not a good sign for Tesla. Let's look at Cloudflare NET, guys. Look at NET. Still below pre-market low. Melting and melting and melting. Roblox puts are printing, guys. We're almost got the 94s in the money. Look at Roblox printing a new low of day. This is a lovely little setup that's absolutely crushing it for us. Amazing to see. So a nice little sell side pressure into the close. IWM's down by 0.57%. SPY's holding more relative strength, up 0.21%. QQQ down by about 0.8%. But we caught a nice little Google trade there, 1 DTE trade into the close. Net absolutely crushed it for us. Really, my bad trade of this morning were SPY puts. SPY ended up just ripping face off of that open, and then it went nowhere. Just traded in a very tight range. So, very, very interesting price action today. Oracle and Cloud and Microsoft are obviously the bright spots. Nice job. Google continuing to go lower here, guys. Google continuing to melt. Look at that. Beautiful. Nice. Look at this. We're melting on Google, guys. We are melting on Google. Look at that. We're up 40 cents a contract here. 40 cents a contract, and SPY's breaking a little bit of a wedge pattern. Ooh, new lows there. Go, Google, go. Run it to the downside. Definitely some weakness into the close in Google. Quite a bit of weakness into the close in Google. Wow, look at Oklo into the close as well, guys. OKLO. Holy, this one's probably cooked. Oklo's cooked, guys. Look at this topping tail forming on Oklo. It made a new high today. Oklo is cooked today. Wow, that's a nice little topping tail on Oklo. That's beautiful. Oklo now down 5% yet again. It was up substantially. Whoa. To think the low rally on Oklo, look at that range, a 12% rally, and now it's gone down 5%. This stock is going to see some heavy sell side pressure tomorrow. Oklo is getting decimated here into the close. That's pretty extraordinary. Google still going lower here. Look at Google almost getting 175 in the money. Holy. Anonymous. Should have held your 175s. I hope you still have some runners. So Oklo's now cooked. Those put options, $60 puts that we took, should start to print. Tomorrow we'll probably get a nice gap down on OKLO. I'm expecting Cloudflare Net. That's cooked to the downside. Roblox is coming in nicely. So a lot of stocks that have had abnormal runs to the upside. These parabolic rallies are getting some really, really hard distribution candles. What do we got? 7 more minutes. Give us one more little surge. SPY, NVDA is still strong. So you're really seeing a bit of the distribution occur in the market. Not all mega caps are created equal right now. So Apple's gone negative. Tesla down 2. Amazon negative, down by 0.27. Meta negative. Google negative. AMD negative. Let's look at Micron again. Yeah, Micron's still holding steady. Slightly positive on the session. SOX is barely positive despite the strength in NVIDIA. Microsoft and NVIDIA, those are really what's disguising, and there's actually been quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market today. It's just Microsoft's strength in Oracle and NVIDIA has been something that is truly amazing today. SPY slowly trying to dip yet again into the close here. Big bounce in Google coming. Same thing with the equity markets. They just do not want to lose this key level here. You can see what SPY's holding. It's breaking the little wedge pattern, but it's holding that inverse head and shoulders neckline on the 15-minute chart. Bitcoin breaking down yet again. Oh, Bitcoin just struggling. Whoa, what a bounce in Google there. What a bounce. Anonymous saying entered SMR puts 40 put and sold to 39 put, double or nothing kind of setup. Let's look at SMR. Yeah, SMR also coming in nicely. That's a beautiful topping tail on SMR. Yeah. I wonder if uranium is actually coming in. Yeah, uranium's ending with a nice topping tail, URA. So a lot of investors are taking profits in these uranium stocks. So uranium stocks are definitely coming in. SMR looks good. I could see SMR easily retesting 38 bucks and then probably even 37 for sure. Look at Oklo. Big bounce on Google there into the close. Really solid bounce trying to recapture that pre-market low. SPY holding steady. Oh, what was that one I want to look at? Still holding steady. Let's look at Tesla into the close. Tesla's still struggling here. Qs and SPY still holding steady. Hershey's absolutely flying, guys. Our calls are just monstrous. Let me look at our Hershey calls real quick. Hershey calls are just flying. We got them at $2.05 a contract. They're now trading at $6.10 on the bid. Beautiful. That's amazing. $6.10. Holy. What a breakout on Hershey. That trade is sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright guys, 2 minutes here into the close. Again, Adobe after the bell. Adobe is set to report earnings after the bell. We are getting a nice little green stick to the upside in the overall equity markets. Oracle still looking to hold the majority of its gains, up 13.2%. China stocks are mixed today. Nice little breakout into the end of the day on our CTRA. This one is our energy. $26 calls are in the money. This one's been lagging the energy market, and I think that it's ready for a nice pop into its gap fill. So that's one of the reasons I haven't trimmed this play in the energy space. I think we're very due for a nice little pop in CTRA. Bullish alignment of all the moving averages. Again, our calls, our $26 calls are in the money, but we didn't take a far dated strike or so Tesla daily chart has some damage on it. I would love to see a 3 bars gap down into this gap. If we gap down tomorrow on Tesla into that gap zone around 309, that would be a nice entry in my opinion. That would be a really solid entry. I'd love to see that. But a strong finish yet again for NVDA into the close. NVIDIA is just a freight train to the upside, testing prior day high. Just a monster. NVIDIA is just a complete monster. It looks like NVIDIA wants 146. Yeah, 146 is on deck for NVIDIA. Alright, that's the close, guys. It's a pleasure trading with you all. Sorry about the early morning SPY trade. We win some, we lose some, but wonderful job if you caught NET with us for 100%. We still have one running contract left. Beautiful little end of day trade on Google thanks to Anonymous. We've entered quite a few different swing trades today, both on the long and the short side. So thank you all for tuning in. Thanks JP, thanks Paul, Billy, Bart, anyone else here in the stream. Anonymous, Sarfers, Manatee, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you for 0DT Friday. It should be interesting. Take care, everybody. Let's see. I want to just take a look at Adobe. See what Adobe's doing.